Boom. Here we are over on Das YouTube. Wrong place. If anyone would like to throw a lurk over there, I'd really appreciate it. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. And yeah, I'm gonna pour a whiskey. Ooh, we should definitely get some synthwave going, though, right? Obviously. What was I thinking? Samsonite. I was way off. All right. Cool. So, beverage time. And yeah, we got Seattle JS this week. There's a startup event in Seattle this week as well. And a thanks, Surly. It's getting late for you, isn't it? Yeah, appreciate you. Not quite midnight. Okay, yeah, plenty of time. And yeah, how's everyone doing? How was your weekend? Anything fun? I finally made some good Mongolian beef. So, yeah. Great weekend for me. How did it turn out? Did you not see the tweet? Oh, you didn't see the tweet. Yeah, let me get you the tweet. It's a good one. Played Dota with your daughter? Oh, cool. She asked for it. Okay. Cool. What's her champ? At least it's not League, because there's the chance she might pick Singed as her main. And then you gotta get a new kid. I'm kidding, by the way. Bad joke. Bad joke. I'm a Singed main. That's why it's a good joke. Go on his kite? Oh, cool. Oh yeah, that looks fun, man. Woo! Oh, that loop? Oh, that loop was sick. Is there a gyro, or do you have to, like, unwind your cables when you do the loops? You have to go loop the other direction to undo it? Okay, that's what I thought. You even have to count. Oh, gnarly. Okay. Yeah, super cool. But yeah, check out that tweet, Surly. Check out how delicious that Mongolian beef looks. Okay, so the part we are picking back up on is the CLI. Oh, I've got a tweet about that too. It's like the biggest tweet I've had for like a month or so. Interesting, yeah. That's the problem with a custom runtime, right? You're not going to be able to optimize around AWS. But yeah, hold on, let me go look at this. Yeah, damn right, Surly. Looks amazing, doesn't it? But yeah, so, my opinion about the whole thing is just, basically this one. Right, I don't have an opinion because I don't use the tools. I'm not a contributor. Doesn't affect me. So, meh. But I think my biggest opinion of it is, no matter what, nothing has absolute type safety, right? Most of the type safe libraries we use any internally when the type system gets in their way. So, to that effect, right? Recognize moments where you can totally just ditch the TypeScript or tell it that you know better, and that's fine. But, you know, aiming for an absolute zero use of any internally in a library is inviting just pain a lot of the time, right? When you're fighting the type system for too long, just sprinkle some any on it. Or an as unknown as whatever, you know? Right? Don't let the type system get in the way of productivity. And yeah, it got some really good engagement. 169 likes, 3 quote tweets, 12 reposts. Like, damn. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. 52,000 views. That's big for me. That's huge for me. I mean, there's a bit of a conspiracy theory stating that they have their new product they're trying to launch called Once. So they needed to drum up some controversy to get eyeballs on that. If that's the case, DHH is a genius marketer. If a little bit exploitative. Manipulative might be the way to phrase that. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know. Meh. Wait, what about Hex? Alright, so this is the CLI. We take in input, output, and language, and a possible prefix. We then go generate our transformers. Oh yeah, and I totally forgot about the person that was like just bike shedding over how we're defining our types here. But, you know, it happens. All right. So yeah, right now we just have the JS, the TS, and the Rust. So realistically, the transformers are a separate step, right? When we look at what's going on here, we call output types, which is coming from utilities, I believe. Yeah, so here's that function. And it's the main one in here. Yep. And this is basically where we left off, right? We need to fetch the manifest and then loop over the groups. And then we have to fetch the group. So tags and keys. I think I want to split these out. And what's up, Wesley? How you doing? Yeah, so this is environment set. Coffee? No, I drink energy drinks. Yeah, and instead, this is just a record. Yeah, let's go back. Instead of set, it's just a record in which we index by a string and have a string. And, yep, we don't do that part. So this part, hey, what's up, Cotter? Oh, yep, yeah, USA is 21, not 19. Must be this tall to ride. Just kidding, you're taller than I am. Alright, for sure. I know. All right, so we're gonna make these be name to ID. So what do you mean by that, Silver Sips? Are you talking about build time? People often pick Go because of the standard library, not because of build time. They want less dependencies typically, and that's why it's an obvious choice. TypeScript doesn't solve that problem. That said, hold on, there was a benchmark for Alicia JS or something like that. And as far as like runtime, not build time, runtime, they were measuring performance in microseconds, which is pretty crazy, right? It showed it performing on par with Rust. Are you talking about when they showed the benchmarks, Cotter? Yeah, they were basically showing bun code performing at about the same latency, especially after warming up, compared to Rust. And I think there was one other, which is kind of crazy. So Cotter, you missed it. On the one screen, they were showing the full output. On the next screen, they showed the Rust stuff. And on the screen after that, they showed another thing. So Cotter, you needed to look past the first image. There was 3 of them. The first image was Bun, the second image was Axum, or whatever. And the third image was another framework. And it showed, in the broad majority of cases, the latency was around, 300 microseconds. Which is pretty good. That was one of the things that Elixir was touted for back in the day. Microsecond response times. Typically, you don't even measure Go in microseconds. So Silver Sips, here's the biggest point that I'd like to make. When you say node shits the bed, is 50 milliseconds of overhead actually going to break the bank? Shouldn't. It really shouldn't. If a framework's imposed 50 milliseconds is breaking everything, there's problems there. I don't know syntax. Who cares? Either use it or don't. Why do you care about the rest of the world? Fuck it, man. Think for yourself, question authority, and do what you need to do. But yeah, lack of a follow and some of your other kind of trolly messages, I don't know, man. Right? What was the hacks thing about? I asked you and you didn't respond. Even then, hundreds of requests per second. The overhead of the 50 milliseconds scales horizontally. Alright, so we got one for groups. Oh, and you know what? Thank you, Syntax. I have not written any Zig yet. Planning on learning Zig when we make the client library for it, for Vexilla. Zig-a-zig, ah. Yeah, I know the reference you're making, Cotter. I hope you recognize we're the only people here old enough to remember that reference from that song. Yeah, no worries, Metamy. Yeah, see you again soon. Thank you again for the raid. Elcom and Dijon Dreams, thank you for the follows. And yeah, how you doing, Captain Coder? I think, someone mentioned that you helped him out the other day, and I don't think I remembered to say thank you for that. Like, I think it was, like, over in the Discord or something, so thank you. Yeah, appreciate you. I know someone mentioned you helping them out, so I assumed it happened in the Discord, but maybe it happened completely elsewhere. No idea. Maybe in PMs here or something. We dealt with one early one, but, you know, it's fine. Yeah, if you use the phrase young at heart, you're old as dirt. For sure. Right? Come on. Yeah, so we want to think about the naming conventions for this stuff. And yeah, realistically, that goes away. Yeah, I'm going about this wrong. There you go, Captain Coder. Oh, right, Cotter? You should not have taken offense. I thank everybody when they card me. That's how people know I'm not, like, faking. Right? When they check my ID, and I say thanks. Ah, shit, I didn't need to check this guy's ID. Fuck. Well, I'll pretend I'm looking anyway. Yeah, I thank people for carding me every time. It's amazing. Yeah, right? I could just lift up the beanie. Yeah, exactly. You look 12, you get ID'd everywhere you go. Yeah, I used to, like, in my mid-20s, I get carded for lighters. Which was interesting. I'm 39 now, and I still get, like, carded for alcohol on a fairly regular basis. Which I'm totally okay with. Right, so this does not compile yet. Yeah, no worries, Cotter. Yep, see you again soon. Alright, so... yeah, we got some bugs. Actually, I think we're kind of close. There we go. So tags and keys, array from... we get rid of those. That ain't it. That's not our move. Transform constants. Oh, yep. Right, so that's our transformer. But the signature for our transformers is going to be different. I think we just pass the groups. Yeah, so we're going to leave that for now. But yeah, this part's going to completely change. So yeah, this signature, I think now only takes in groups, but we kind of need a type for it, don't we? Yeah, I think this whole part goes away. We're not going to be passing tags, we're going to be passing groups. At which point we don't even need these. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, chat. Welcome. What you up to? And I'll throw it out there. If y'all could leave me a lurk on YouTube, you'd be helping me out. Right? Chat over there. Engage. Right? Do whatever. I get it's probably the wrong place to advertise that. You're already got a place that you can engage from. So, it's fine. You don't have to do shit. Hey, thank you, J-Huck. Appreciate you. Hey, Captain Coder, thank you. Yeah, exactly, Surly. Yes, thank you. We're trying to hit 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. That gets me into monetization, and that monetization means I can start collecting money from ads. Now, granted, I still need to do, like, the hard part of making content and growing that way. But streaming's a good, like, it's a thing I do already, so I might as well put it over there. Oh, we're already past subs. Subs was just 1,000. So, 1,000 subs, we're good. I have a job, but I stream a lot. Something like 2,500 hours here on Twitch on this account. Like 2,800 hours over on my gaming account. So you might say I stream full-time. I stream more than a full-time job, for sure. But it's not my main source of income. And it would be probably a while. Like, I would need like 1,000 subs to cover like monthly expenses. And I'd be living pretty frugally. Yeah, I'm not a big, like, I don't watch tutorial content either. Yeah, so it's not something I'd do that way. I consider this, like, my streams actually kind of a tutorial, right? We go through the whole process. If you look at my entire, like, history over in WatchDev, or even over in my Discord, where I've got the announcements, you can see, like, the entire, like, path of, like, development and all that stuff. Yeah, I just don't like tutorials as far as video content goes. I like tutorials as blog content, as documentation, all sorts of stuff. But I just don't like tutorial content. I just really don't. And what up, Pedro? How you doing? So yeah, basically the video content I want to make on YouTube is hopefully educational, but not like a step-by-step. I want to give you the information you need to go out and actually, like, master something, right? But it's basically like, here's the keywords, here's some, like, context for it, and there you go, right? That's the type of content I enjoy, even. Oh, I've got some videos on there. You can check out some of the videos I've made, like the one about Dread.js. Sure. Right? The one that I'm slowly hacking on, right, is about macros in TypeScript. So I talk about what a macro is, how it's different from a function. I talk about Bun and their macros, and I talk about how I implemented my own kind of macro for something. And then it turns out that there's some other stuff that I might want to squeeze in, right? I guess Kent C. Dodds had a Babel macro plugin of some kind back in the day. Like, it's 3 years old or so. And there's another thing called Sweet.js, which is also like a macro implementation. So I probably need to add like a segment about those two things, right? As like a quick follow-up, right? Towards the end of the video, probably. But mainly talking about the pattern I use for generating my OpenAPI schema from my source code. Yeah, that's the part that I'm like really trying to shout out. And yeah, I need to make a video about environment variables. I'd like to have Vexilla in a good place before I make that video. Or not environment variables, sorry, feature flags. That'd be fun. I should probably make one about environment variables. Anything that I can make a like Seattle JS presentation for is probably something I should make a YouTube video about too, right? I want to make a couple about, you know, using abstract syntax trees. Things like that. Right? Quick, you know, 5 to 10 minutes, giving you the keywords you need to research it, not giving you every little thing you need to follow to make it happen. That's the type of content I really like. Yeah. So, no, I haven't looked at any, like, authentication as a service. They're not useful for me. It is interesting that this auth service is considering feature flags now. Oh, I didn't know that Daniel Rowe streams. Oh, shit. Do you have, like, a link or the name of his channel? Yeah, I'd happily give Daniel Rowe a follow. It's just Daniel Rowe? Well, that's easy. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep. No worries. Yeah. Have a good one, Sean. Oh, hold on. I thought you were saying you're leaving now. But no, you're saying, like, yeah, you're going to go out and have some food with Daniel just because he's in your area or whatever. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Took me a second to, like, parse the statement. Stefan, thank you for the follow. Real quick, is it Stefan or Stefan? You let me know how you want it pronounced, and I'll do my best to try and remember. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, I just misunderstood the context. I thought you were saying you're going out for dinner right now. Well, all right, man. Cool. Okay, cool. But yeah, how's everyone's day going? Anything fun or interesting that you got going on? I got Seattle JS to go to later this week, and I also have a startup, like, event to go to. I probably won't even mention Vexilla. I'll probably try and concentrate on Walter. But maybe Vexilla. How would weed-infused whiskey taste? I don't know. Walter's like the, like, have you ever used DigitalOcean? You know how you have a wallet that you top up? That, right? That as a service. So you could implement a DigitalOcean-style wallet and, like, balance tracker in whatever you got. So imagine pretty much every mobile game you've ever seen where you spend 20 bucks and you get X amount of like shit coins or whatever, right? You use those shit coins within the app to buy cosmetics or buy more turns like fucking Bejeweled or Candy Crush or whatever, right? But more just like a balance-based like prepaid option rather than like a usage-based like invoiced option. So for the most part, I haven't seen any good like prepaid systems like that. I've seen, you know, Lago and a couple other like billing software startups focus on like the invoicing part because that's where like enterprises make their money. But no one's trying to solve the DigitalOcean like wallet problem as a service from what I've seen. Right? And the credit-based system is hugely useful, especially when you get into things like AI startups and stuff like that, right? Like ChatGPT. You're paying by the token and things like that, right? You want to use more tokens, you can just top up your account, etc. Right? It's almost like the prepaid cell phone like business model. So that as a service for game devs and startups and whatever. And we've got it pretty well done. I need to actually like propose it to some of these like you know, incubators, etc. Like Y Combinator or A16Z or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a niche that none of these companies are actually covering properly. Commercial open source software. Yeah. Technically, it's not open source. It would just be commercial. Now, if investment were to dictate that I need to open source it, well, fuck yeah, sure, why not? I don't give a shit. I'll open source it, no problem. The SDKs are open source. Yeah, that's a really good option, like really good thing there, Captain Coder. Because a lot of like schoolwork for, you know, my 2-year degree I got involved basically me working alone. I did not get a lot of like group work experience doing that. Which is kind of a bummer because that would have been really useful. And I think that's something that boot camps do a lot better of a job at doing by forcing you to split work up and, you know, break down a larger project in which everyone's contributing, and when someone doesn't contribute, it's very obvious. And honestly, I could have gotten some of that, but I already knew a little bit of programming when I took my college degree, and because of that, I ended up working like solo on a bunch of stuff. Just because, like, yeah, you know, my first programming class is where I made J-Golf. Solo. Right? And I'm not saying it's good, right? But this was the first programming class I ever took because I had already, like, made myself learn some other shit programming-wise. I had already gotten used to, like, copying and pasting ActionScript to make, like, Flash website bullshit. I had already gotten used to the same kind of thing for PHP, doing WordPress bullshit. I didn't even know how to do a for loop before this class, though, which is important. So yeah, right? We go pick medium, Happy Gilmore, right? Start the game. He knocks it over the water, no problem. And yes, the water hazard works. Right? We got different clubs. The UX of it is terrible because, you know, this is back before I understood user experience and accessibility. Oh, buddy. And his putting is so bad. That's not where I was aiming. Yeah, this is like true to life Happy Gilmore putting. Ah, are you too good for your home? Ah! Ah, shit. Right, so yeah. The Happy Gilmore is a simulation, and it will drive you almost as insane as Happy Gilmore goes when he tries to putt. But yeah, I did that as a solo project where everyone else in the class was in a group project with other people. You know, and they did things like find the hidden object type games, you know, instead of like a game. Which is still fun, right? It was designed to be like technically people's second programming class because the first one was much more like hand-holdy, and this one was called scripting. But yeah, it focused on JS. Let's close some of these things that we don't need real quick. Oh, and yeah, here you go. Yeah, if you want to check out Walter, link's right there, man. I'm not even sure the beta, like, sign up even works. I bet it's been spammed so fucking much. But yeah, I'd like to get working on Walter here again soon. After I think Vexilla is in a good place. Which, yeah, nah, we still got so much work to do. Which is fine. Not a big deal. Oh, for Walter? I mean, yeah, Walter needs a lot of work. And yeah, Vexilla.com, buy now for $8,000. Yeah, not gonna happen. But if I ever do get investment, well then yeah, we'll just swoop that domain real quick. But I got Vexilla.dev, so I think it's fine. All right, so going back to what we're doing here. And what up, Vibrant? How you doing? Getting set back into the day. Nice. Oh, I was wondering why Coding Garden's numbers were so low. because he just has like a placeholder going. I wonder if he knows, like, no one's ever gotten in trouble for the multi-streaming. Like, he should just do the multi-stream. Right? Prime and Theo both do it. And they do it to way more users. So, yeah. If we get hit before they do, there's an issue there. Yeah, no worries, Brum. Yeah, what game are you gonna play, though? Real quick. What you doing? What you up to? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, what game real quick, though? That's important. You enjoying any good games lately? Sky Wars in Minecraft? Yeah, cool. I don't even know what that is. Sounds fun, though. Sounds pretty cool. It's like PvP Minecraft. Yeah, it makes sense. Doing some work in the waiting room. Worked out well? Nice. Yeah. Last time I had to go to the DMV. We're technically here in Washington, the DOL. I totally got a shitload of work done while I was there. So yeah, it worked out pretty well. So yeah, good call on the laptop. Oh, and I missed a follow. X Selection. Thank you for the follow. Hell yeah, large battery definitely helps that. What up, Jacob? I don't know why. I don't know why, when I see your name, it makes me think of the name of Mugatu in the first Zoolander movie. Yakabim Mugatu. Right? So it's Yakabeats. What up, Yakabeats? Yako beats pizza instead of Jacob eats pizza. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yaka beats pizza. Mugatu's cousin. And what's up, Raisin? How you doing? Alrighty then, so yeah. This is how we want to do this part then. So we take in groups here. Let's double check that this is actually okay now. Wait, expected 3 got 2? Wait, what? No, it doesn't. Oh, wait. I messed it up. Yeah, so transform constants here. Yeah, so we fixed the types of that. However, I probably really want to think about how type prefix is actually going to be used. And it's up to the user. Which means that type prefix probably needs to go pass into here. Hey, what's up? How you doing, DM Mulroy, Mr. Sir? What you up to? Shit. Hold on. What is RVAJS? React something or other? So it's Richmond, Virginia JS. Okay. No, that's awesome, DM. Yeah, like, how'd you even find out about it? Is it just because it's near where you live, or is there like a website you use, like pay-per-call or whatever? Alright, so we should be there just fine. Formidable's giving a talk too? Okay, so you went a few years ago. How'd you find out about it a few years ago? And I'm guessing not one of those sites like pay-per-call. Was it just like a tweet or something? I'm always curious how people discover like conferences, etc. Because yeah, I want to start proposing more talks towards them for sure, especially for the projects I'm trying to launch, right? In my opinion, I think it's just good startup mentality. Oh, it was on pay-per-call? I just didn't see it. Yeah, maybe I missed it. Like, I didn't see the call for papers because I checked pay-per-call too late. Carter, the organizer of, like, the Seattle JS conference, mentioned that he doesn't really use pay-per-call that much because they try and like own the whole process, whereas he just wants to like manage like the applications through something, and that's about it. So yeah, like, I don't know, it's always interesting to hear organizers versus speakers and like what they use to do stuff. Yeah, exactly, right? As a speaker, pay-per-call's just fine. But as an organizer, you know, there's other stuff going on. All right, so let's keep going with what we got. I think our types are going to need some work here in a second, but really not that big a deal. The way the transform functions need to work is its own thing. Oh, and this we have to make. Right? Optional, sure. Right, so const, let's say group's output is then equal to groups.map let me double check work real quick. Let me look at how we were doing this real quick. I think we did it just into an object, right? Yeah, totally. All right, so group's output here is then the individual group. But yeah, so DM Mulroy, what's your talk gonna be on? If you already said and I just totally spaced on it, my bad. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Damn, bleeding viewers though. What happened, man? Ooh, Purple Elf's killing it though. Hell yeah, Purple Elf. Good work. Melange. Oh yeah, for sure. I assume you know. Oh shit, I'm spacing on his name now. And Montero? I don't know his first name, actually. Antonio, that's it. Yeah. So I'm guessing, like, you're familiar with him? He used to hang out here a bunch. We've had a bit of, like, friction before, so, you know, my guess is might have rubbed him the wrong way. Nah. Yeah, right. He didn't unfollow him. He's still a VIP. So yeah, he's good. He's chill. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Antonio. Yeah, super cool dude. JS versus TS and all that. There you go. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just make some fucking buckle script, man. Here's a quick question, though. DM Mulroy. Would you like to make a client for Vexilla? I don't see reason in that list. Oh, and hold on. Is OCaml consumable within reason? If so, then I would say OCaml would be like the ideal. Right, I know Reason is like a language extension to OCaml, but I wasn't aware if it's actually like you can directly import OCaml. And I haven't toyed with that at all. But yeah, Reason is basically a syntax extension to OCaml. Yeah, exactly. They both compile to the same bytecode and native code. Okay, I just wanted to double check that. So you can mix and match them. You can import OCaml into a Reason project. Awesome. So I would say, yeah, if you want to write it as OCaml from the get-go, that's probably the way to go. Now here's the thing. Wait, can you actually import reason code into OCaml? Like without any extra effort? Like it just works? Or is there like some extra steps to do? I think that's the main like differentiator. Are they both cross-importable? So you haven't done it yet. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'd be curious if you do try it and just let me know what you think. But yeah, at this point, it seems like OCaml would satisfy both cases really well. Like, which one would you prefer to write the SDK in? Here's another thing. Which one has like the better like ecosystem for shareable packages? Right? Is there, oh, they both use Dune and OPAM? Okay, so OPAM is like the OCaml one, and Dune is like the reason one. But either way, like, it doesn't matter, kind of thing. OPAM's like the old school one, though, right? I know I've seen OPAM before. Oh, okay, so Dune is the build tool, OPAM is the package manager. I got it, okay. Yeah, so, honestly, whichever one you want to do, like, sure. If you get time, and no big deal if not, maybe I'll just make it myself and rely upon you to help me out. Maybe. But yeah, so our next steps are, we want to make this group's output turn into a string that we can output in a way that makes sense, so that users can use our CLI to generate types that they can use within their apps. So yeah, that's our move. I gotta use the restroom. I gotta pour some more water because I am not drinking straight whiskey. That sounds terrible. Just the worst. So yeah, BRB, see you in a sec. Alrighty, and I'm back. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna drink straight whiskey. No thank you. And how you doing, Thad? What you up to? Anything fun? So yeah, today we're working on our CLI tool. All right, let's stir this up. And I love how it's actually like reasonable temperatures here in Washington now. This is amazing. This is just the best. Right? Because now the AC is actually doing its job rather than just keeping the temperature in a way that won't kill me. Now it's actually like legit chilly. Ooh, that reminds me. I need to start looking for snowboard video premieres here in the area. They always do them earlier than I expect. So yeah, Teton Gravity Research, Matchstick, these are all ski companies. Level 1 skiing. Warren Miller, oh my god. Warren Miller videos are so fucking boring. Mountain Film? No thanks. Oh, hold on, DM. Did you look at the one from that page I gave you? So that's an older schema. Instead, you need to be looking at the Vexilla schema, and I'll create some better, like, contributing docs. So, yeah. Don't follow that pattern yet. I think there's a different repo that you want to look at to actually establish it. Yeah. So, you don't got to find it. Like, if, whenever you come back tomorrow, just ask me and I'll show you. And that's easier. And I'll try and make some better docs for you. I think that would be a major step after I do the, the CLI tool. Oh, like a sit-down skier? Oh, that sounds amazing, Burnt Toast, actually. Here we go. Teton Gravity Research is actually doing a snowboard video now? Oh, by Mike Hatchett. Oh, this could be really fucking good. Oh, this one could be really fucking good. He's a sit-down skier, right? Meaning he's probably paraplegic. And he does flips and hits rails? Like, holy shit, dude. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, Danny Davis, Auntie Audi, John Jackson. Oh, this is gonna be a good video. Oh, that one's gonna be good. Absinthe is always a good time. The event calendar, here we go. Show me the event calendar, all right? Local Freshies seems like a Montana-only thing. Yeah, this website sucks. Yeah. So Burnt Toast, do you know of any, like, video tours? Hold on, let me look at Absinthe Films real quick. They typically have, like, hey, we're going on tour, check out our location stuff. But, like, they're about the only one I know of. Like, and see, they don't even do a good job of it here about presenting when their tour is. Are they not touring anymore? Huh. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, I don't know where to look for snowboard video premieres here in Seattle anymore. Yeah, we hit the 1K. Thank you, Odatnerd. Yeah. Now we gotta hit watch hours, so if you could leave a lurk over on YouTube, that would massively help me out. The 5 concurrent viewers we got over there are really helping me out. Like, thank you all so much. You're the best. TikTok and Instagram ruin snowboard movies? Maybe, but snowboard videos get paid for by the sponsors. Like, very simply. Like, very easily. Hey, thank you, Odatnerd. I like how you got Sublime Text Tutorials as part of your name over there, too. That's awesome, man. Yeah, thank you. Someone needs to just simply hit up these companies for their fucking schedules. Yeah, no worries. Like, Odatnerd, that's very smart, man. Yeah, good call. Yeah, really good call. Snowboarder Mag. Yeah, I don't know. I think there needs to be something to happen to make it better, you know? But whatever. Not a big deal. Portland, October 25th. Is that during TwitchCon? Shit. So I don't think I can make that one. Ooh, Dude, burnt toast. Yeah, that was 11 years ago, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, it took me a second. I was like, hold on. The 25th isn't a Saturday. Yeah, that was 11 years ago. That's the huge problem. And holy shit, Mary Walsh. I actually know Mary. She used to work for Rome. I don't know if she still does or not. I'd totally have partied with Mary before. I need money. It's called Tinder. Tinder is not for 40-year-olds. I'm sorry, you're mistaking the fact that lonely teenagers are looking for Tinder. Sorry, teenagers are not looking for just friends. Only women. They're the only ones looking for just friends. Any dude from the age of 16 to 30... I'm sorry, like, no, if you think it's a thing, then go for it, but I don't think it's a thing. Yeah, Tinder absolutely even has a friend setting. Who uses it? I have no idea. I've never even seen it before. I didn't even think it existed, but someone just confirmed it. Even until the age of 30, finding people to hang out with is not that hard. After 30, finding people to hang out with is really fucking tough. So instead, I think you need to change your scope. Your scope is actually fucking people over the age of 30, going up to maybe even 50, to hang out with people and not hook up. That would actually be your target market, because friends dry up for people in their 30s. So I think you mistook what the actual target market for an app like that is. It's actually older people. Older people have a much harder time finding people to hang out with. Part of that is because we stopped giving a shit about, like, other people at some point. Right? If they're not closely related, I don't give a shit kind of thing sometimes, you know? Like, if I didn't meet you at a Seattle JS meetup and I didn't meet you through, like, a friend of a friend, meh. So yeah, I don't know I need money. Look at it this way. Oh, and yeah, that's a very good point, verbs. Yeah. People typically, if they have kids, only want to hang out with other people that have kids. Right? Yeah, no worries, Burnt Toast. And what up, Tim? How you doing? I think I saw that you got a haircut the other day. Or, not, I don't know when you got the haircut, but I was like, I saw your screenshot and I was like, damn, I feel like that's the shortest I've ever seen Tim's hair. Right, you still got the glorious beard. But yeah, I don't think I've seen, like, short hair Tim before. Granted, you typically have a beanie or something on, so it's harder to tell. But I would assume the beanie is covering up, like, the disheveled hair, because I do the same thing. But yeah, how you doing, Tim? What you up to? Okay, so beanie became a thing. Like, yeah, I do beanie all the time, but mainly because my hair, when I wake up in the morning, goes totally wonky. Right? So it's just easy to throw a beanie on top of it and not care. But yeah, have you had short hair for pretty much this whole time and you just wear the beanie anyway? Okay, I get it. I do the same thing. But just mainly because I still get cowlicks, right? Just like sticking up in a random direction. I'd rather have it all stick up or none of it stick up. Better for sleeping? Okay, yeah, interesting. I did not know that. Browsing, chilling, hanging out. Awesome. You going to TwitchCon? No worries if not. Just curious. Oh, nope. It's fine. If you were, I'd want to make sure that I invited you out to, like, the party I think some people are planning. I don't know when the party is or any of that shit, but I know some people are trying to plan a party. So I got to think about how the structure of this group is going to be output to these other things. And right now we're going to do just the JS. And what's up, Darren? How you doing? Doing good, way too tired though. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. I had a hard time getting to sleep last night too. It's like on the edge of needing the blanket versus like not needing the blanket, which means I'm either like too cold or too hot. There's no like happy medium for it, which is a bummer. But I think it means that we're getting towards the colder days and it'll be like cold enough that I just need the blanket anyway, and gonna be super good. I love that. I prefer it being cold enough to need a blanket. That way my head is nice and cold and my body can be like nice and warmed up. Yeah, exactly like Tim. Like, especially because you can just wrap up your body into like a sleeping bag, right? The only problem is like if your feet start getting cold. But I actually just layer another blanket on top of my feet. Yeah, I love that. I love that one. It gets tough because I sometimes like sleep in my car up at Stevens Pass. If I want to like drive up the night before so I can wake up like ready to go at 9 a.m., right, when they open, etc. I'll typically like drive up and just sleep in my car. But it's a Subaru sedan, meaning I bring the seat down and then I like kick my feet into the back, into the trunk, etc. And the trunk has no insulation. Like none. So yeah, I even have like emergency blankets and shit that I throw over my feet when I'm doing it. Yeah, I drive like a 95 Subaru Legacy sedan, but it still has like a way higher like clearance than like modern Legacies and modern like Imprezas and all that shit. I think the only one from Subaru, besides like their weird SUV bullshit that I don't consider, is like the Forester that has a higher clearance. But modern day Subarus really don't have the clearance I look for, like in an actual like snow car. So yeah, the 95 Legacies, right before the body change, that's why they have a higher clearance. Like, like 1997 and later legacies have like easily like an inch or two lower clearance. And when you're driving through snow, clearance matters a lot. I 1000% believe you. Yeah, totally, man. Right? They're rear-wheel drive as well, aren't they? Yeah, rear-wheel fucking sucks. As far as snow goes. It's great for certain things, especially like cornering and like racing. And they're super light, which means they don't like penetrate down to get grip. Yeah, like, dude. Yeah, Miata might be like the worst snow car. Like an Acura Integra is at least front-wheel drive. Yeah, like an Austin Cooper Mini might be worse, but it's negligible. Like it's like right there at the cusp. Ooh, so Darren though, like the wheels being super thin is actually a problem when you have a heavier vehicle, right? Right, with a smaller, lighter vehicle, thin wheels is actually the move. Right, the whole like Pontiac wider is better stuff only matters when the vehicle is too heavy for the conditions. Depending on weight, Darren. Like seriously, depending on weight. There's like a fine line. Yeah, the width is relative to the weight. If you have a super light fucking car, thin tires are actually like ideal. Because wider tires would mean that you're sitting on top and not getting any traction. Because you're on like the fucking, the shit that didn't compact, you know? You need the snow to compact enough to like actually like get any like anything going. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. If you live close enough to a grocery store, you can just walk there. No big deal. Grab your yak tracks and you're good. To stock up. Yeah, for sure. Right, like drive out to a Costco or something, maybe like walk to some of the basic bullshit. Like if you need flour, you can get that at like the general store or some fucking like, you know, town store or whatever. But if you need to buy steak, yeah, you're probably gonna go to somewhere like Costco. All right, so yeah. The code that we got here is actually somewhat simpler. It's more about like how we want to capitalize things based on the language that we're outputting to. Right? If we're going to do some Go code, we need to like, capitalize case things instead of camel case things. Or I guess it's Pascal case to do like the initial letter being capitalized. So we're going to have to do some of that. But this ain't so bad. I think that's fine. You want to know something I want to do? There's this library in NPM, or Node, right? NPM case. It's amazing. It's such a good library for converting and flipping like string syntax and blah, blah, blah. Could we recognize that a lot of this stuff could be transferred to other languages? No problem. So Tim, what do you mean by interviews? Are you talking about like podcasts type stuff? Or like publications? Or are you talking about like job interview style? I'm guessing you mean like podcasts and like publications and yeah, okay. I don't know of any specifically. I've done a couple like podcasts, but I think they were smaller. So yeah, Crow, keep in mind that Tim is talking about, are there people he could hit up to be a guest on their podcast or video or whatever, right? I mean, Tim, I would happily do something like that for my stream. If you want to just get some practice and we can talk through it kind of thing. But I'd want to think about like the content we do and like how we make it like actually worthwhile versus just like, here's a thing a dude did and like, bam, right? Yeah, you want to be the guest, for sure. And I'm happy to do a guest thing, but I'd want to focus on the programming aspects, not necessarily like the game dev part. Keep in mind, though, I would love to bring you on as a subsequent guest later for this thing I have called like Get Walter. It's not ready for someone of your level to like consume it yet, but just imagine, right? You release a game, and for that game, you want people to be able to like buy stuff and have a balance within that game. Do you want to build out the balance management stuff yourself every time, or do you just want to like tie into some software as a service? Right? So at some point, I would love to put more work into Walter, and then, we can chat about like monetization and strategies and blah, blah, blah. And, like that. I don't think I'm ready for that yet for like another few months. So I've had this going for a bit, but I haven't actually focused on it to actually like make it a real thing yet. I've got SDKs, I have a staging environment, but I have not actually like wired up and been fully like configured with Stripe and some other stuff. So I'm not necessarily ready for that yet. Here's another question. What about feature flags? For a game, if you'd like to release out the game and do a patch update and blah, 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 and then have like a holiday theme randomly that you turn on for a couple days or not, does that sound something useful? Like, So for the most part, I'd love to bring you on as a guest to specifically talk about some of these things and then talk about your project in general and just how the process goes. But I'd like to do it to maybe like help talk about these situations too, right? Like the thing I'm doing right now, which is feature flags, Walter in the future for like monetization. If you ever want to do that part, sure. So yeah, for me, it's like a couple narrow use cases. So Crow, think about this, right? Worst case scenario is a mobile app. Let's say you want to have a holiday theme that just causes snow to fall during Christmas. Someone logs into your app and they see snow falling, maybe even only for like 30 seconds, but it's a fun little like cool thing you could do. Just like make the app seem more alive and more fun. You could do that with a feature flag. You could not do that with a release of your app because the release of your app could easily take a week before anyone even sees it, and you don't even know if they actually downloaded the latest version. So if you want to have something happen in a timely manner, more timely than a publish to iOS or, Google or whatever, like, dude, yeah, feature flags right there. Massively useful. Yeah, you'll have to write parts of your app to include the feature flags, but the parts of your app that you've done that with, you did ahead of time. Right? You did that ahead of time and you released an update. The user downloaded the update possibly like 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time, sure. You have to account for the feature flag in your app to determine if the thing is on or off, but you're no longer beholden to Apple's review process because you could release it a month early and you're fine. Right? It's released, it's there, and you just flip the flag during the days that it matters. Right? So the key is to decouple the lag time of a release from when it needs to be activated. No. So the app absolutely needs to know about the flag. You have to deploy it with the flag, but you can deploy it with the flag off early, and then when it needs to be on, you turn it on, and anyone who's downloaded that version that has the flag embedded within it, they can then get that feature, right? Or they can then get that like snow falling or whatever. So yeah, very good question, but it does require that you write your code in a way that knows about feature flags, and then when you turn it off and on is totally decoupled from when Apple approves it. Right? And that's an important thing because you can't dictate when Apple is going to approve your app for the store. You might totally get your app merged within a day on one update, and then you get a totally different reviewer later in which you release an update and you didn't even touch that thing, but this new reviewer sees something you did previously and is like, oh, no, I don't like it. Not okay. Right? Like stuff like that, like hugely fucking useful. Right? Because Apple reviewers on iOS, they're not the same. They don't follow the same rules. They don't follow the same like strictness of criteria. None of that. So one bad reviewer could delay your release by up to a week. So you can't count on a release landing in a reasonable time. In the same way that you can't count on like users to update their app in a reasonable time either. So if you can get it pushed out a month ahead of time, you have a more like just happier path of assuming that most of your users have that feature flag there and it's just turned off. And then you can just turn it on and then bam, they get it when you need it. So yeah, lazy. Some mobile games, right, even React Native, has the idea of consuming stuff over the wire. I believe that's what they call it, like over the wire updates. It's possible for a React Native app. It's less possible for Objective-C apps or like native apps. And just remember, you might have native apps. You might have a web app. You might have like 5 different applications, and 5 is just a number I threw out there, that need to consume this flag, can you make sure they're all in sync about when that flag changes? Right? Like, not fully synchronized, but within like 5 to 10 minutes of however often you fetch the flags? Fuck yeah. And that's still better than relying upon deploys to synchronize these things. Right? So anything that relies upon a deploy to be timely is already fucking up. Because timely deploy doesn't exist when you need it to. It totally works when you don't need it to, but the moment you need it to work, hey, we pushed out this deploy, we want to make sure all users get it within a half hour, yeah. It will absolutely never work when you want it to. But then in cases where it doesn't matter, yeah, you can totally have code out there in production within a half hour, right? The key is to guard against the moments where Murphy's Law gets you. So yeah, lazy. Yes, that's another great point. A/B testing is basically just feature flags with measuring the result. So feature flags are a fundamental building block to A/B testing. For sure. And yeah, thank you, Lucas. So hold on, real quick. Lucas, did you ask another question too? No, that was it. Yeah, it was just about the A/B testing. Cool. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure. I saw you comment, and I wanted to make sure that, like, that was the one that I had ignored for a bit, and then I got back to. So, yeah. We good. Yeah, exactly. Like, I push it onto the stack. I'm in the middle of a thing. When I'm done ranting about whatever, yeah, let me pop from that stack real quick and see. Yeah. So I popped from the stack, but I had to verify whether there was, like, another item in the stack that I could respond to real quick. So yeah, I think we're good. And exactly, Tim. Like, yeah, for sure. Peak. Oh, it goes real deep. Yeah, I'll sometimes be here chilling and then randomly be like, oh shit, and an hour ago someone asked blank, hey, here's the sauce for it. Here's like the answer. My bad. Even be around again, but somehow my brain like an hour later goes, oh wait, hey, you know that thing you said you were gonna respond to? You didn't. Ah, fuck. All right, hold on. We got this. So yeah, that stack goes deep. Real deep. Sometimes mine is like a day, like late. And $1 short. Rocks is so fun. Oh, okay, Langshane's actually kind of cool. Half hour later, oh my god, never mind, embeddings are hard. I did. Rocks is a fun person. Like, I really wish he streamed more. I'm a little bummed that he doesn't see value in streaming anymore. He can do whatever he wants, but still, like, man, he had really fun, cool streams, man. Yeah, some bullshit. Oh, Ethan, you didn't know about slowing down requests. Yeah, I had to use that just recently to make sure some stuff like actually worked the way I expected. Yeah, man, it's actually really cool. Like, it's a really nice feature. Here's my favorite bit. I bet he had no fucking idea about it and someone showed it to him like the day before. And that's fine. Like, we can't know everything. But that's one of my favorite bits. Like, Rox learns a thing I've known for 10 years. Well, shit, you know? Some people need to know about that, right? I assume people should know about it, but they don't, right? Rox finds out about pre-signed post versus pre-signed URL. Yeah, I thought I warned him about it. I guess I didn't. My bad. So yeah. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Yeah, no worries, Tim. Thank you for stopping by. I assume you're gonna go say hi to some other streams. I'm glad I got to keep you here this long. I'd like to know if we kept you interested longer than other streams, right? Some streams you just say hi and like, well, all right, that's it. Did we keep you engaged longer than other streams? I'd like to see some graph or metrics about it. I'm kidding, by the way. But I would love to bring you on as a guest for any of these things. If you have a thing you want to talk about anyway, not related, if we could just like plan out the content for like an hour or two of just chatting, that'd be great. Just let me know, man. But just remember, I'm less of a game dev, less of a C++ coder, so it would take a bit more for it to be relevant towards like a co-stream thing. But again, I think we could figure it out. Or we can just wait until feature flags are relevant for you and I can help you like implement it and blah, blah, blah in some project you got. Right? Statically hosted, so it's super cheap. If you'd like to consider bringing Walter in, oh, I'd happily bring you on as a guest for that. Maybe for just some like mini project you make. I don't know, man. But yeah, just throwing it out there. We got stuff we can do. Might not be there yet. Yeah, we got this. All right, so every language needs an equivalent to that. You're welcome. Yes, that means zig, nim, reason, etc. You're welcome. Give that some likes, some retweets, whatever you gotta do. I think it's important though, right? So many things need a case converting library, and so many standard libraries don't support this. Like, oh, Captain Coder. I'd say that'd be kind of a fun project for beginning developers working together. Just saying. You want to do it for Lua? Yeah, Lua would massively benefit. PHP would massively benefit. Every language, if it doesn't have an equivalent to case, needs it, for sure. Dicelang? Yeah, do it for some brain fuck. Why not? No big deal. Why didn't you do it for brain fuck? All right, yeah, I'll leave a lurk. Oh, wow. Yeah, Justin B. Chow is using ChatGPT to make his free code camp course. More power to him, but, yeah, I don't know. Do it for Arnold C. Do whatever you want. Do it for Holy C. I don't give a shit. Fucking do it already, man. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it for you. Hold on, who liked it, by the way? Legend and Captain Coder. Dude, Legend, are you out there? Thank you, Legend. Like, dude. All right, I already follow Captain. But yeah, like, Legend is typically like the first person to like pretty much any tweet I make. So Legend, you're a fucking legend. Thank you. You don't have to dox who you are or any of that, but like, man, what a fucking legend. Right? Living up to their name. What a fucking legend. Hey, thanks, Ethan. Appreciate you. What's up, Abdeel? Are you hopping in here after Anthony Wright's Code finished up streaming? Is that it? I feel like he thinks I'm mad at him or something. I'm not. Right? He definitely hasn't raided here in ages since I, like, called him out for being a little harsh of his critique of a library when I raided him before. It is a start two-step, but it's not the same thing, right? Like, it's not even close. Like, JS has two upper string, or hold on, wait. Two uppercase and two lowercase, two uppercase locale, two lowercase locale. Those exist, but it's not the same thing, right? A lot of languages solve those two things. They don't solve these problems. So if you want to be world-renowned in whatever language you like to deal with, could you make the case equivalent of all this stuff? You could. You definitely could. Why haven't you already? What are you waiting for? But yeah, lower string and upper string are very minimal. They're not quite as like full featured as, can I get a kebab case? Can I get a camel case? What about some Pascal case? Yeah, like Captain Coder. I think it's an amazing exercise for students because string manipulation is, I mean, it's like the start of programming at that point, really. Like, it's such a fundamental building block of how to like manipulate strings to make them be what you want, right? Like, really cool idea. So yeah, patent pending. I expect you to shout me out every time you like teach that exercise now. Wink. Double wink, so you know I'm kidding, right? Like, it's just a joke. You don't gotta do shit, right? It's not like I came up with the idea for what Case is doing. I didn't do shit. I just made a tweet. So yeah, don't worry about it. No problem. It is like a loop string builder type exercise. Yeah, for sure. Right? How you split the string, how you join strings together. Like, it's actually like a really good problem to solve. And especially if you do it like incrementally. Like, yeah, totally. Like, could you just make a capital case or a Pascal case or a whatever case? Like, yeah, absolutely. But then, well, yeah, try and make a kebab case. Do you have to refactor every single thing you've done now? Maybe. I don't know. No. So two-step. I'm not saying it needs to be part of the compiler. I'm not saying it needs to be part of like the standard library. All I'm saying is it needs to be a library instead. And ooh, Aldarian, yeah, you could propose a kata for Code Wars for this. And that would be an amazing fucking kata, dude. That'd be a really good kata. Right? Make it for like each fucking case. And then it's individual katas, and then have like a bigger kata for all of them, right? Like the queue for those things would be higher or lower and blah, 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 right? But holy shit, dude. Yeah, great idea. Great fucking idea. Yeah, a library. I'm not saying it needs to be part of the standard library. I'm saying if you want to be a superhero within the ecosystem, this is a library you can make. This is the kind of thing that I would expect like Cindersaurus, right? Like the dude that's made so many fucking libraries we all like rely upon in the JS ecosystem. It's almost like something he would have done for any other ecosystem if he had been like that big a fan, right? So yeah, a Zig library for casing. Abso-fucking-lutely. A Rust library for casing. I don't even know if it exists yet. Fuck yeah! Does it need to be in the standard library? No. It means it's an open source library you could make for any language. And that's what I'm getting at. That's the magic of it. That's the super powerful part there. Right? And it's such a fundamental building block to so many other things that, yeah, you're almost guaranteed to leave a lasting impression on the ecosystem by making a library that does this and does it well. Quickly as well, right? Optimizing for performance, etc. Humanizer in C#. So humanizer, is that like it turns numbers into like the human equivalent, right? Like 100,000 becomes like 100 KB or whatever. Oh, it covers a bunch of the case stuff, but it also goes into probably doing like the number conversion stuff too, right? At least as far as I understand what like humanizer based on its name would do, I would assume it's actually trying to do like the human readable equivalent of like numbers into like things, right? So 100,000 could become 100 KB. Like easily, no problem. Is that something humanizer covers as well? I've never used it, so I don't know. Right, so not just words, but like annotated words. Ah, okay. So it has a long list of features, but maybe it doesn't satisfy that, and that's like a different thing. And hey, Burkay. Ooh, did you just dox yourself, Burkay? I think you just doxed yourself. Sorry, I won't say any more. We don't know. We don't know that was you. We can't determine that. Totally wasn't you, right? Alright, shit, you just doxed yourself. I didn't do that, you did that. If you're okay with that. If you don't want people knowing it, I can delete things. I'm sorry for doing any even like minor bit of doxing there. I'm sorry. We good? I'll delete whatever I need to. I'll delete like the clips, the VOD, whatever. Just let me know. Up to you. Like, totally up to you, Aldarian. I will definitely delete this VOD if you prefer it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting that be out there. Welcome to the internet. Now everybody knows your fucking name. Aw, shit. Nah, you're good. You're fine. I do have to use the restroom, though. Give me just a sec. It's like this dude smokes whiskey and drinks weed. Sorry, scratch that, reverse it. You know what I mean. But yes, I gotta go pee. So give me just a sec. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And alright, so yeah, how's it going, Zinger? Can I just point out that I am not entirely objective with asking for everyone to implement case. It actually turns out I need case in basically every language that I plan on working with. So if no one makes them for these languages, I guess I'm gonna have to. Because, yeah, like I got the JS, I got the TS. Technically, I don't need a library for all of these. But I wouldn't mind making it. It'd be so easy. It's so easy. But yeah, realistically, all I need is the JSTS version to consume within here, so case solves my problem. But if you're doing Zig, and you want to convert the case to something, what do you reach for? You reach for nothing and you write it yourself. Not ideal. Okay. So yeah, the person I thought was bummed on me, like, you know, we haven't seen them since February here in stream, but they didn't unfollow. So I still consider them okay. They might think I'm bummed on them. I'm not. I just haven't had a chance to rate them, like, you know. That's fine. Different thing. Different problem. That's a timing issue. That right there. Like, lazy. Have you satisfied all of these yet? That's table stakes, in my opinion. Sure, you might be able to get an upper and lower, but what about capital? What about Snake, Pascal, right? Like, all these things. You feel like a lot of languages have it covered? I mean, in my tweet, I mentioned it. Zig case converter. I don't even know where to look this up in Zig. Right? Zig packages? What the fuck is Zon? Besides Zig? I mean, I'm just gonna point out, like, dude, that's a very easy use case already. Like, I could point out Nim. As far as Vexilla languages go, we actually have a very small bit, but like, how about Rust? Rust case conversion. Convert case. So convert case has, right? Convert case might solve it, sure. So how about Golang convert case? I would say Golang is a really good one. Hold on. All right, so yeah, Go has it handled too. I would say for a lot of languages, it's gonna come down to the maturity of the language. Yeah, Screaming Snake case is a good one. I like to call it constant case, but it's the same thing, right? Recase? Okay, so recase could theoretically do it. 2 Pascal, some value, camel, snake, kebab. Right, so it's a thing, right? But again, as new languages get released, like Zig, like Nim, right? Like, could I just go back and type Nim instead? String utils? I don't think Nim's string utils actually do it. Right? So again, if you're trying to learn a language, checking to see if it has a thing for converting case would be a super easy win. Wouldn't it? And as far as I know, some of these languages just don't have it. Zig, Nim, typically it's going to be like a new, unused language, sure, or like less used language. Could you make one for Scala? Again, like, I don't know enough about the ecosystems around these things to really know which languages absolutely need it versus which languages have it. That almost sounds like a pretty fun portfolio project for anyone that wants to establish that. CanWeCase.com or whatever? Or just yourname.github.io/canwecase, and then you just have like a matrix list of like languages that can and can't. Right? The libraries that you would use to do so. Maybe there's more than one. That sounds like an amazing, like awesome repo, like an awesome casing or something, right? Again, that type of like effort in your portfolio as like a junior dev or even like mid-level screams to me like this person fucking cares. This person wants to make software that works. They've got reasons and things they do and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, if I saw that on your resume, oh man, I wouldn't even quiz you on some of the bullshit. I'd ask you about how you made the library and some of like the problems you set. Like, you would actually be able to like skip a bunch of the bullshit questions I'd ask you if you're interviewing for my role or like a senior role at an Angular dev company. Yeah. I'll ask you some Angular specific stuff, but I'll probably like skip some of the other shit to really like question about like how'd you make it, why'd you make it, and you know, what were some things. I don't care what language you wrote it in because I can understand you as a developer when you explain it to me. So yeah, like, you don't have to do it in TypeScript, JavaScript. If you do it in Holy C, I don't give a shit. I'll see it on your resume, on your like GitHub portfolio, and I'll ask you about it. And seeing how you passionately talk about the project you worked on and some of the edge cases and things you did, that is way more of a heuristic of like, is this person going to be like a good developer versus like, do they know the minutia of like Angular versus React and blah, blah, blah? Dude, I'd rather talk to a passionate developer about something they made rather than worry about how they do token, like, you know, how they invalidate a JWT in local storage based upon a response in the library, right? There are so many things that I would actually give you like the kid gloves question of versus like the heavy question of if I saw your passion for creating a library that does something like this. Lazy, I don't give a fuck. That question has nothing to do with the general like software dev I do. Yeah, I would never ask that question of anybody. My favorite question when I, was interviewing people for my role at a previous company. Okay, cool. Yeah, you call yourself a senior Angular dev. Where would you invalidate a token and cause the user to log back in? How would you do such a thing? And if your answer didn't solidify upon using an interceptor on HTTP request and identifying a 401, well, yeah, I would really question your ability as a developer, especially senior-wise for an Angular app, right? There's various things, like stuff that you can ask about someone to where you know if they've done a significant application or not. I'm not saying failing that one question means that you're not going to get the job. It just means I have to adjust the way I interview you at that point. At a previous company I worked at, I asked that question. The dude had no idea. That's not his fault. He actually knew his shit. He just wasn't the dev that implemented that from the start, because it's something you typically do just once, right? The person who sets up the interceptors for your HTTP request library, they do that basically once and then maybe they fine tune it, right? So I'm not gonna judge someone for not having done that before. I don't give a shit. That's fine. But it's a real quick, easy question for someone who calls themselves a senior Angular developer. If you fail that one, I got other questions I can ask to know if you're actually like a dev worth their salt. Does it mean that I would recommend you for the senior front-end lead role on a front-end application? I don't know. I'm not going to base a decision off that one question. I'm just going to point out it calls into question your ability to do such a role, right? Because as a front-end senior, the lead on a project, you should know the one place to handle an invalid token. If your answer is, well, I'd check it on page load. Well, on a multi-page / multi-route application, would you still do it the same way? And the answer would be yes. Oh, man. I got questions. I got other questions I can ask you about things, but fucking that one up is a heuristic, right? All these things are heuristic based when you're the person conducting an interview. It's not about, do they know more than I do? Oh, did they fail one question? Are they fucked? No, it means if they fail one question, you got a few other questions you could ask to see if they've actually done the work. And almost all of the questions I've ever asked in interviews are practical, not theoretical. Practically, how would you solve this problem? Oh, you have a component that's re-rendering too often. How would you diagnose that? It's actually a really simple answer. I would throw a bunch of logs into all the use effects, right? Typically when I asked this question before, for someone I was interviewing for my role as senior Angular lead, even if they had React experience, I would have confidence they could do the job if they could answer some of these questions. And typically, if they failed the first couple, they'd never get any of the others, which is a bummer. So if they failed the fucking interceptor one, their chance of actually getting the... I'm trying to think of the other major question that I really liked. How do you diagnose a poor performing component? If they didn't get the interceptor question, they would almost always fail the poor performing component question. When instead, honestly, if you just said I'd throw logs into every use effect, cool, man. But I would actually ask the question in well, do you want a hooks-based version of the question or a class-based version of the question? Because this is a few years ago. Right? This is easily 3 years ago now. 3 years ago, I would not fault someone for not having memorized the semantics of hooks. But instead, if they said they would prefer class-based shit and they still couldn't tell me what lifecycle hooks they would want to debug within, That's a red flag. If you're a senior React developer, you should at least know a couple hooks by memory. If you tell me you don't have them memorized and you gotta look them up, well, cool, look them up and then tell me which hooks actually matter for a poor performing component. And they would almost always fail that if they failed like the first half anyway. Someone who got past it, well, cool, I can drill down a little bit deeper. But that's how I operate as an interviewer. I want to actually check what your practical knowledge of things are, not if you can reverse a linked list or any of that bullshit. And if we're interviewing for Angular, I'll happily ask you React questions because a lot of this shit's portable. I don't give a fuck. I'll happily ask you React-based questions for an Angular role, recognizing that the questions I'm asking you are absolutely about how you solve a problem, not the language you used for it or the framework you used for it. I'm going to say this right now, lazy, like no offense, but I don't know if you're qualified to lead a front-end focused application, right? .NET Dev implies full stack. It's a fundamentally different paradigm, right? .NET Dev implies multi-page application versus single-page application. As an Angular dev, you better understand the difference between multi-page application and single-page application. My question would be, if you're interviewing for a front-end lead role for an Angular application, you would have put in some fucking effort to understand how single-page applications need to be architected. And if you didn't, that reflects poorly. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. If you're interviewing for a front-end focused role and you haven't actually explored what single-page applications and how they differ from multi-page applications actually works, that's a huge red flag. Yeah, you use Blazor on your sites, but that's still a multi-page application, not a single-page application. It just is. Yeah, you need to understand what you need for that role. If you're a full stack developer that's done multi-page applications for their entire 10-year role at companies, cool, man, honestly, that's great, but if you don't understand the implications of a single page app and what that means as far as routing and authentication and things like that go, it depends on the company we're at that point. If I'm interviewing you for my role at the smaller companies I've worked at, my role has been the architect of the entire front end. Whereas instead, if I'm hiring you for a senior role and I can still be there, well, yeah, shit, I bet I could train you. Again, Vibrant, it depends on if I'm interviewing you for my role because I'm a contractor or if I'm interviewing you as someone that's going to be working underneath me that I can totally train up on a thing. They are fundamentally different. If I'm training someone to replace me, they need to absolutely understand the fundamentals of the thing they're trying to replace. If I'm interviewing someone that's going to work underneath me, that's a totally different set of criteria. I'm actually really fucking lenient for someone that will work on my team versus someone that's going to take my place. If someone's going to take my place, ooh, shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Ooh, that's going to be tough. because they need to know a bunch of the shit I already know to actually, like, fit into that jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, no worries, end is near. Again, I'm just pointing out how I conduct an interview. Doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's the best. It's just the way I've done it before. Right? When I was hiring for juniors, I was way more lenient than for the seniors that were gonna take my place. Right? Because if I had totally, like, thumbs up someone that was gonna take my place, and they fucking fucked it up after I left, oh man, I'd feel bad about that. I'd feel really bad about that. So yeah, the role itself matters more than the interview process, right? Than your, like, knowledge of existing technology. If you're really good at React and you don't know Angular, and I can be there to train you up on it, then fuck yeah, who gives a shit? I'll happily teach someone Angular that knows React really well. Like, that's so fucking easy. End is near. I want to point out, dude, yeah, like, I've had some of the worst fucking interview candidates ever interviewing for the role I had, not for the junior role. For the junior role, dude, a bunch of people, like, totally met my check boxes as far as what we needed. For the senior role, like, not a single person hit it. And that's why the company I was working for actually, like, hired me out from under the contracting agency I worked at. That said, should I have actually gone through with it? Probably not. Yeah, exactly, end is near. What I would simply point out is, not everybody that does that does so. There are so many people out there that will apply to every role and just hope they get it for the sake of a paycheck. The worst one, dude had a CTO role. Sorry, no. Senior dev role at a previous company he fucking owned. He owned the company. But his title was senior developer because he knows how to work fucking human resources, because he was a fucking recruiter in his previous career. Yeah, dude. Like, holy shitballs, man. He got through HR, no problem, but every single technical question I asked him, he failed on. Because he was a previous recruiter that didn't know shit, but knew how to fake it really well. There are absolute fakers in the world. The fakers are actually the only thing I'm there for, right? My role in interviewing anybody is to call out the fakers. Doesn't mean they have to know Angular. I can call them out for faking React too, because I'm the jack of all trades. I understand all this shit. And when I say jack of all trades, I might be more of like a queen or a king of all trades. I'm not the ace of all trades, but I think I actually rank higher than Jack. I'm pretty sure I rank higher than a Jack, as far as, like, general knowledge and then, like, even framework specific. Now, for Vue, I'd say no, more like a Jack. At the company I work at right now, I don't do any interviewing because we're not hiring. So that's great. That's amazing. Yeah, so we're not interviewing at all. The previous company, sure. This one, how they do code review would actually be something I would actually work into the interview process, right? I would actually have a bad PR and have them critique it. That would actually be a really good interview process, in my opinion. Yeah, Crow, like, that would actually be a really good part of the interview. I really like that idea. And in the future, when I start needing to do hiring, etc., how they conduct code review would be a major, like, just, like, temperature check, right? It may feel subjective, but I just want to point out right now, if they're not good at code review on a small team, they're actually a detriment. They're actually, like, causing harm. Yeah, an interactive code review would be really good. Have a PR that you have obvious flaws in that they can comment on, right? Doesn't mean they have to hit every single thing to comment on, but how are they looking at the code base? I think that's valuable. I think that's hugely valuable. Yeah, on a small team, they're going to be very involved in the PR process for everything we do. Like, that's actually one of the best ways to measure that. Again, Crow, like, that part's fuzzier, and I haven't had to come up with a good code base for it. I would maybe have a thing that does some duplication, right? Like, things that you would consider bad. I would actually do intentionally bad on a PR to see how they call it out. Doesn't mean they have to check every box, but they have to check at least a few, right? They have to check at least a few of the boxes. If they don't check a single box, then nah. Nope, later. No thanks. Looks good to me. Haha. Ooh, so Bob, that's a very good, like, early thing, right? You can see, like, how passionate they are about stuff and how they explain some of the decisions they made. You can review their code ad hoc style, like, have some notes for them ahead of time, right? Oh, hey, I gotta give someone an interview tomorrow. Send me the fucking resume and their GitHub, and I'll look at it the night before. And I'll have some questions ready for, like, you know, something they've done. See how they respond. If they get too defensive, etc., well, that's not ideal. But yeah, Bob, like, I think that's actually hugely useful. I would not use it as, like, the end-all, be-all, like, oh yeah, they had a really good piece of code, I couldn't think of anything, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, I'd still ask them, hey, could you review this PR for me? Because, yeah, as End is Near is pointing out, like, some people don't code outside of work. And that's not a problem if they're good at what they do. But if they're mostly concerned about being a butt in seat from 9 to 5 rather than delivering value, I mean, it's like a red flag in the other way. Friend could also do your homework. What do you mean by that, Chris? At the end of the day, I still want someone to, like, review some code for me. Right? Review this PR that has obvious flaws. You don't need to, like, find every single one. But holy shit, man, like, you better find at least a couple. Especially if I give you, like, a criteria. Right? If I give you a rubric of, like, what the code base should do, can you identify ways that the code base is not doing that? Then, yeah, we can figure that out too. I think there's a lot of, like, gray area to all of this stuff. There's no 100% right or wrong, but at the end of the day, we have to make a decision based upon the data presented to us, and that means we have to do some kind of filtering. And to me, all of the stuff I've just mentioned is so much more fucking valuable than someone being able to reverse a linked list. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck if you can reverse a linked list or do a binary sort or any of that bullshit. Oh, do you know the difference, like, in Big O between quick sort and, like, some other sort? I don't fucking care, dude. I don't give a shit. Like, none of that shit affects the job I do. At all. Maybe knowing the difference between lexicographical sort and, like, actual sort, might be worthwhile and how, like, that edge case can bite you in JavaScript, sure, that's useful, but I don't need them to have the minutia of that. Yeah, exactly there. And PR review, right? Like, right? Pull request review, not make a pull request. I don't want anyone actually working on production code in an interview, because that's fucking wrong and unethical, right? But as far as creating a PR that they could review, we could do that to the main repo, sure. I'd rather create a bullshit PR that they can, like, vet their, like, shit against, but, you know, sometimes you don't have the time. If you're working somewhere like Netflix, etc., sure. I don't even think then that matters. End is near, like, dude, I don't think that matters that much. Yes, Bob, that I know, but it's typically in relation to what is the second argument to a use effect for? Things like that. If they picked React as, like, their framework of choice. If not, then I'd ask the question in an Angular way as well. Because I can absolutely reproduce a memory leak in any framework. Easily. And then simply have the person review it and check it. So yeah, like, as far as, like, memory leaks go, if you're using a framework, a lot of that stuff gets solved for you in, like, proper patterns, and if you don't know those patterns, well, that's a red flag for sure. So yeah, if someone doesn't understand what the dependency array is actually for in a use effect, and they consider themselves a senior React developer, I'm not gonna say they fail immediately, but holy shit. They got some work to do to win back my good grace. Yeah, so end is near. Prime and I do very different things, right? Prime is the holy shit, performance is wrong, how do we fix it type person. And I am the, we need to actually just build something that works and then we can make it better later type person, right? The majority of software dev I've ever done is let's actually make it and then make it better. Whereas Prime is always jumping in after the fact of someone who did something less, like, optimally, and then he has to, like, fix it. So Prime at Netflix is, like, the way he conducts himself on stream is actually closer to how he operates in general in the workplace. But it doesn't mean it's the only way to do it, and it doesn't mean that's actually the majority of software dev, right? Instead, Netflix employs the Primeagen because they can have a bunch of commodity developers develop software in a way that can eventually be optimized later, right? Because you don't always need to optimize from the get-go. Whereas Prime is categorically the person that's jumping in to optimize performance after someone did the MVP. So obviously he's going to have a different opinion about what performance matters and what doesn't. And yeah, exactly, Bob, that I know. No matter what, if you're at decision paralysis, just do something, and then we can optimize it later. That's how most of software dev actually works. Just do something. Make it a feature, make it work, and then if users actually use it, then we can optimize it. Cool, man. But to optimize it before users actually have told you that they want to use it based upon metrics, that was premature optimization. So Primeagen is not prematurely optimizing because he is always after the fact. If he were to greenfield an app, his requirements for performance are actually wrong. Totally fucking wrong. but he doesn't greenfield apps where he lives. He greenfields maybe a library or two, but those are always things that need to be optimally efficient that can be consumed within things that aren't greenfielded. So it's just a very fundamental difference between the way Primogen works and the way I work. I don't work on something that needs to deal with that level of scale, ever, in anything I've ever made. Could we optimize it later? Abso-fucking-lutely. Have I had to optimize things? Abso-fucking-lutely. When I need to optimize something on the front end, only thing I need to end up doing is basically make it to where a loop becomes a one-to-one lookup. That's like the number one performance optimization I've ever done for the front end. Oh yeah, you're looping over these things? Could I actually just change and like create a map of these things when the data changed? Which is basically on a click rather than every render? Abso-fucking-lutely. The majority of things I've needed to optimize are simply based upon, does this need to happen every render, or does it need to happen when the data changed? And the case is, the person assumed it could happen every render, such as a recursive, like, you know, tree view, right? Like a file system tree view, when like a thing is opened up, do you render the children, etc.? And they did that recursively. Yeah, that works great when you have 100 things. But what about when you have 1,000 things? Yeah, the recursive thing doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't, okay? So at that point, could you create a one-to-one map, right? A hash map, but it's really like not even a hash, it's just a map. Could you create a map when the data changed and then just reference the one-to-one data structure as the renders happen? Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's like the number one performance improvement I've ever needed to do for the front end. Optimize a loop into a fucking lookup. Done. Lookup table. We're done. Let's move on. Let's do something else and deliver value to the customer. So again, remember, I'm not having to make apps that live inside of a fucking TV. Vape Juice Jordan totally had to do so, and he recognized that the overhead of styled components was too much because it's a runtime thing. Okay, I get it. Cool. I've never needed to optimize an application that heavy. Styled components, the overhead of it has not been an impact versus the actual like runtime rendering aspect of other things. So, right, like different strokes for different folks. I've never had to solve the VJJ problem of that stuff. The majority of applications I deal with are more about what am I doing during the render, not the overhead of the libraries I picked. Yeah, space is very fucking cheap. Exactly. And that's almost what you're talking about, Aldarian. When I am turning a loop into a lookup table, I am trading time complexity for space complexity. And typically that space complexity is totally fine. Exactly, end is near. For sure, man, right? Solve the problems you have at hand. Don't solve theoretical problems, right? Theoretical problems don't actually exist until they become an actual problem. Yeah, Ruby on Rails is hugely popular because it's fast enough for most things. If you hit a level of scale in which Ruby isn't doing it for you, that's a nice problem to have. Like, seriously, GitLab and GitHub are massive Ruby applications right now. Massive Ruby applications. They have not needed to migrate away from that because they're not actually at the level in which that shit doesn't scale. Now, we're mainly talking about like when performance is worth optimizing around and why Ruby on Rails is a great example of a thing that you probably don't need to optimize yet until you do, and then that's a really nice problem to have. Scaling is a nice problem to have. Now, granted, does that mean you shouldn't make things performant from the get-go? No, it just means you need to pick your battles about performance instead. Could you do a bunch of like the easy stuff right off the bat? Totally. You could absolutely do the easy stuff right off the bat that costs you nothing in terms of doing it right versus doing it fast. But then eventually, at some point, you'll hit a bottleneck. Once you hit that bottleneck, you should probably be profitable already. And if you're not, that's a problem. Yeah, ship fast, make the money, and then use that money to migrate. Exactly, Eru. And that's how Twitter fucking did it. Twitter was a Rails application that ended up hitting the fail whale real early based on scale. That was still a great problem for them to have because it meant they were hitting numbers that they never expected to hit. And they can optimize around it. Yeah, you're actually like hoping for that problem. If you never hit that problem, then your app didn't need any fucking optimization anyway. So fuck it, whatever. And you didn't waste time doing it. Right? Theo has said numerous times, not every company needs the Primogen. The moment you need the Primogen, that's a really nice problem to have. That's a really nice problem to have. A moment at which you could justify paying the Primogen what he's worth to solve your performance issues. Like, holy shit, dude. I'd love to have an app that needs the Primogen. I don't have a single app that needs the Primogen. Most people will never have an app that needs the Primogen. That's fine. Totally fine. But just recognize that his take on the world is skewed by that. He works at a company that needs the Primogen. If he didn't work at Netflix, if he worked at some fucking startup, he wouldn't give a shit about absolute performance. Because he's a dude that actually solves problems. He's not there simply for like the rhetoric of it. I don't know, anyone who's ever talked to the Primogen face to face as an individual, he's not the character he plays. He's a very pragmatic individual instead. And pragmatism is hugely respectable. If he didn't need to worry about performance, he wouldn't be worrying about performance. I'm gonna say that right now. Like, he could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Yeah, he's playing a character, and that character is very like adamant about performance and other things and blah 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 because it makes for better content. Sitting in the gray area is kind of like boring content. Know how I know? I try to sit in the gray area, and I've seen it affect my numbers. Does that mean I'm gonna take hardline stances about things just for engagement? Hell no, because they have nothing to do with the work I do day to day. And I'm not saying he does it that way. I'm just saying, like, he has reasons to care about performance, and I don't. The performance I care about is developer productivity more than anything. On the teams I work on the teams I'm the lead on, etc., developer productivity matters more than anything, which is why I'm really happy about moving from Vue CLI service to V. He enjoys the character too. We just recognize that he is not the character. It's a character he's playing. And that's hugely important. He enjoys the character for sure. If you've ever watched one of his long streams, he ends up dropping the character. Easily like halfway through like an 8-hour stream. Pragmatist Prime actually shows up on his longer streams. Sandlordium non-competes are very, very common, but in many states they're unenforceable. So yeah, Mighty Dev, you're hitting on the fact that like he's doing his YouTube streams while he streams, or his YouTube videos while he streams, which means he's incentivized to play the character during those things, right? Because the YouTube videos benefit massively from the character, right? But when he does his like, you know, when he does like a 24-hour stream, you'll actually see real Prime after like 4 or 5 hours. Right? Just the dude trying to make a thing and chilling. Like, yeah, awesome dude. Really fun to talk to. Like, seriously, one of my favorite moments from TwitchCon last year was just walking from, like, bar to bar and just chatting with Prime in the meantime. Like, so cool. So good. Mm-hmm. Mighty Dev, abso-fucking-lutely. I've gotten shit-faced with Prime. I've seen Prime shit-faced when I wasn't shit-faced. It's amazing. It's the best. It's so cool. It's the best part of going to TwitchCon. Getting to hang out with these people and see them as who they really are versus the character they play. And I'm not gonna say I'm like magically above having a character versus not having a character. It's actually like the opposite for me though. My character is strict about no X versus Y. Me in person, you can pull an X versus Y. I will silently judge you for it, but it doesn't mean like we're not friends anymore or some shit. I'm not gonna ban you from communicating with me if you pull some X versus Y shit. It just means I'm gonna recognize that you might not know what you're talking about. Yeah, like, I play a character. The character I play is actually the one that doesn't put up with bullshit. Because in real life, I totally put up with bullshit. Technically, the stream that we have right here is the stream I want to be in. Hold on, how long have we been streaming? For 4.5+ hours per day. I'll happily hang out here for 4.5+ hours per day. Typically, it's more like 6. As long as I don't have to put up with the X versus Y shit. In real life, I don't have to put up with you for fucking 5 hours. I can totally put up with a half hour of someone being totally wrong. I will happily let someone shoot themselves in the foot with their words in person. Here on my stream, though? Ooh, I don't know, man. Nah. Nah. So I think that's an important distinction. I am far less strict in person. I would say I'm probably a more fun person in person. But it also involves whiskey most of the time, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Excel VBA? I've done some Excel stuff, but not that much. So how many tabs does the real me use? Oh, it's actually pretty accurate. Like, nah, this is pretty standard. Exactly, end is near, right? Let me just say this, and I say it all the time, so again, anyone who's heard me say it, sorry for repeating it again. I am strict about my chat because I want a chat that I want to chat with. If you don't know, if you haven't been around Twitch long enough, Twitch streamers burn the fuck out on Twitch chat. Seriously. Twitch streamers burn the fuck out on the shit that Twitch chat puts them through. Because a lot of streamers allow their chat to say pretty much anything. That shit wears on you. Right? Twitch burnout is fucking real. Exactly, J-Hux. Like, seriously, man. Like, there are so many streamers that have to convince themselves to click the go live button every day. I don't have to do that. I look forward to clicking that go live button every day. I would not have that mentality if I allowed a bunch of the people that make my stream less fun for me to say whatever the fuck they want every day. Right? I make this point often, but it's still important, right? The stream is not just for me, though. I think there's plenty of other people out there that just don't want to deal with that shit in a stream at some point. They can at least have a safe space here for not arguing about Svelte versus React versus Vue versus whatever. Who gives a shit? Right? Who gives a shit? Anyone who does give a shit is probably banned. Exactly, end is near. Now, does it mean I have less viewership because of it? Maybe. I would simply say I've got better viewers because of it. To make that comparison is bullshit categorically, right? It's an X versus Y that fucking sucks. So, like, better or worse viewers, meaningless. Sorry, my bad for the X versus Y. My bad for the X versus Y. I mean, Mighty Dev, like, I'll throw it out there. I am, at least in my opinion, one of the most productive streamers out there, right? The shit that I make, could you name a streamer that actually produces more? Right? Maybe it's quantity, not quality, but still, like, could you name a streamer that produces more? I can't think of one. Anthony Writes Code does a lot of really good work, but quantity-wise, definitely not. Quality-wise, yeah, he probably does more than I do. Quantity-wise, though, nah. Nope. Quality-wise, yeah, Anthony wins, for sure. He makes some really high-quality software that solves a lot of people's problems, etc. Meanwhile, I make a bunch of, like, pithy software that solves a couple people's problems. But it's really fun to make. But yes, I release a lot of fucking software. Like, I release a lot, man. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I got these ideas, man. You know, like, I just like making things. I like having an idea and making it reality. Is basically inventing for the 21st century. How many people out there wish they could have been an inventor in the early, like, 20th century, right? Early 1900s. How cool would that have been to be on, like, the assembly line? of fucking like Thomas Edison or whatever, right? Figuring out the right filament that does the job but doesn't like live forever. So hold on, Anthony writes code. He's really good. He does a bunch of like Python stuff, for sure. Commit CI is one of the things. Anthonk? Wait, really? I've never heard that name whatsoever. Pre-commit. Pre-commit's the name of it, not commit. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Like, he's a really good streamer. Yeah, he fucking kills it. I've never heard the Anthonk thing, but, you know, I don't lurk his chat nearly enough. But again, really good open source software dev. No, I mean, I'm not doubting you, Crow. Like, I believe you. Does he? Really? So he hasn't rated me? He hasn't even chatted here for 7 months? I rated him, and he made a comment that upset me a little bit, and I feel like he thinks he's like not in my OK book anymore and hasn't like engaged since then. Like, nah, man, I just pointed out like I used pip for a project and he made a somewhat like snarky comment about it when I rated him and showed it. And we haven't seen him since, which is interesting to me. Because my instinct would be to raid that person as soon as fucking possible, to apologize or whatever, and then everything's fine. No, I was not using poetry, I used pip, right? I used pip, like a pip file directly, pip itself, all that, pipenv, everything, right? And he questioned the use of pip and like said, ew, gross. Which is just harsh, man. It's just fucking harsh. Does he have to look at it and say, ooh, gross? Or could he have been more like magnanimous? Abso-fucking-lutely. But we haven't seen him since because I'm assuming he thinks I took major offense. Yeah, he said, ew, gross. Which is just gross itself, right? I sent him a message saying like, dude, come on. That was, like, I could look up the exact way I phrased it because I don't want to paraphrase. I want to be honest. I might have been harsh in my phrasing. Let me say that right now. I might have been too harsh in my phrasing. It's a long time ago. Holy shit. Yeah, like, it was so fucking harsh against someone that rated you. Like, dude, it was so gnarly. So, hold up. And this was a PM, and he was actually very nice about it in the reply, in like the apology when I called it out, right? So, dude, I showed you a library that does a thing, and you immediately say, ew, gross, at the pipenv thing. I point out that other Python people told me poetry might be preferred, and you got even snootier. Did you do a single thing productive in that criticism? No. I made a thing that does something good. You decided that elitism over the package manager I used was something important. Dude, fucking gross. That's literally what I sent. And the dude fucking gross was probably like a bit harsh. Right? His reply, I didn't mean it personally. I think the thing you built was cool. I was curious how it worked and poked at it. Personally, I'm not a fan of pipenv or poetry, but I wouldn't have shied away from actually using it based on the DevTools choices. But just recognize his comment was, ew, gross. In front of a crowd, you know? Right? So Vexilla, I get it. Ew, gross. Honestly, Captain Coder, thank you. Again, keep in mind, Anthony did not unfollow. He's still a VIP in my chat. I hope he doesn't take offense to what I said. I haven't had a chance to raid him since, just because he's on East Coast, and I've been going super late these days because I start at like 1 p.m. and end at like 6. That's like 9 p.m. for him when I'm ending. So like, dude, it's just later than I'd ever be able to raid Anthony for. But he has also never said a single thing in this chat since then. He's never raided, and he's absolutely ended while I was going. Like, I don't know. I feel like he took offense to the way I phrased it. Could I have followed up and said, it's okay? I would have preferred, like, I could have said something more. And I should probably reach out to him and say, like, hey man, are we good? That kind of thing. But the fact that he's had easily like 100 chances since then to raid, probably not like fully 100, easily 50 chances to raid since then, and has decided not to. That kind of means something, right? That kind of means something. Especially because of the fact that I raided him most recently, and he sees no reason to raid back. Which is interesting too. Maybe, Bob. But again, we're 7 months down the line. I assume it's just a misunderstanding. He writes more quality code than I do, right? The quality over quantity, like abso-fucking-lutely. There is respect there, and I just don't think he realizes that I still respect him. So that's a problem, but I don't know how to phrase this any better, but man, who slighted who, and who owes who a little bit of leeway? And meanwhile, he has decided that me confronting him for that was a moment in which he would never raid again. Maybe, guys, but seriously. I raided him most recently, and he has seen fit to never raid me since then. I raided him most recently. Yeah, so yeah. Vexilla Crow, like, no. Like, the 9 months would be a sub baby if it was like 9 months of subs. Instead, it's a spite baby at this point. I think it's a spite baby at that point. Yeah, no worries, Vexilla. Totally fine. Ashelia! Oh shit, I'm so glad to see you again. I thought that was you and I had to look it up. Your husband who codes Rust professionally came in and started judging my code. I totally had to make sure that was actually you because I couldn't remember. Yeah. Good to see you again. I was actually worried that your husband was like, you should never watch that motherfucker again. He sucks. Yeah, I was worried that happened. So I was a little self-conscious about it. How dare he, right? You can go ahead and tell your husband that I ran Clippy over my code and all Clippy complained about was my enums. Okay? So yeah, just saying, right? Clippy was totally fine besides the way I did some enum stuff and some testing stuff. All right? I think we're good. But yeah, anyway, Ashelia, I actually confused you with someone else a month ago. That's my bad. Glad we're good. Wait. Goob and Captain Coder, do y'all know each other? Goob, have you been following Captain Coder stream? And Goob, hold up. Wait, did you say the other day? Hold on. Was that you, Goob, that mentioned that that Captain Coder helped you with a problem, etc.? Is that how that happened? Someone said it, okay? Someone said it. No, we're at a good moment. I gotta use the restroom real quick. That's not a problem. I gotta go pee. Oh man, I gotta go pee. It's like I'm chugging whiskey or something. Oh, okay, Goob. Yeah, someone else shouted out that Captain Coder helped them with a problem they had. And they even mentioned it here on stream. So I couldn't remember who said that though. Hell yeah, Captain Coder. So wait, Captain Coder, I feel like I knew you had a YouTube? I don't think I knew you had a Twitch stream though. Or if I did, I think I forgot. So let me do that at least. Bam, nailed it. And let's do the shout out, man. Capitan! Capitan! Captain, my captain. So yeah, everyone go give Captain Coder a follow. Yeah, no worries. I don't think I realized you streamed. So I'm sorry about that. If you told me before and I forgot, well, yeah, it's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Oh, you do a super early West Coast stream? Yeah, so I probably wouldn't be able to make it in. Yeah, but anyone who wants some content before I start every day, yeah, check it out. Yeah, check it out. So I'm gonna go pee real quick. My bladder is crying. My poor urethra. So yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a sec. My poor urethra. Ooh, so Average Goob. Yeah. Awesome work. Yeah, like, every single person out there saying, like, how do I get my first job in tech? If you are, like, filtering the available jobs to you based upon, like, oh, you want to be a JS dev, you want to be a Next.js dev, you want to be a fucking Vue dev or React dev or whatever, you're fucking up. Because your first job in the industry is basically meaningless. You just need to get a job in the industry to showcase that someone thought it was worth paying you money to do some shit, right? The easiest way to do that is to learn some fucking WordPress. The easiest way to get a job in the industry in any fucking way is WordPress. And real quick, if you don't know this, if you want to make a WordPress plugin for the editor in WordPress, that is called Gutenberg, as far as their editor is concerned, and it is React-based. If you want to build something that builds on top of the editor for WordPress, you're going to be doing React anyway, so you can throw that on your resume as well. Built custom React integration for Gutenberg for WordPress using whatever and did blank. Bam, that's such a legit entry on your resume that you're fucking up if you're ignoring WordPress. Right now. Like, you're fucking up if you're ignoring WordPress as your first job in the industry. Does it mean it's gonna be paying the fucking 100+ K that you're expecting from your, a job in the industry? No. Most WordPress devs make somewhere between like 50 and 80K. Which is still amazing for your first job if you come from food service, right? So just do that. Nah, so Captain Coder, I'm sorry, I don't like the ooh gross. I already pointed out how I had a somewhat falling out with another streamer based upon an ooh gross comment. So please, right? There is absolutely nothing wrong with modern PHP and modern WordPress. Modern WordPress can be in like a headless CMS for anything you want to do. Modern PHP is fucking amazing, actually. No, I get it, Captain Coder, but people see the memes and it's actually fucking up their career. Right, PHP 5.2, sure, I get it. But PHP 5.2 is end of life, right? No one should consider PHP 5.2 for anything, right? 5.3, technically 5.6, is where actual software dev grows from with major PHP stuff, right? 5.6 is the thing. Yeah, no worries, Captain Coder. It's just one of those things that's such an easy meme that it does harm because juniors out there actually take it seriously. In the same way, there's some editor, Najee something or other, who I called some people out for their rhetoric about a thing, and their response taking offense for other people was, they're just kidding, it's just a joke, I'm sorry. Bad jokes do harm. Major fucking harm. Bad jokes make people think that PHP isn't a viable career. Fucking wrong. PHP is a majorly viable career. Right? If you haven't touched PHP since PHP 4, you're fucking up already. Right? By judging it for what PHP 4 was, because you're ignoring what existed at the time that PHP 4 was the thing. At that time, PHP 4 was actually still pretty damn good. Yeah, modern PHP is massively usable, right? And actually, really clean syntax. Yeah, no bad blood, I get it, Goob, but there are people out there that will meme against a thing without actually having the modern understanding of the thing, right? They're just buying into a meme for meme's sake, and that's never valuable. That like literally does harm, because there are juniors that see it that don't know any better, that are actually harmed in the career because of it, right? There are absolutely a bunch of people out there in the world that see thought leaders on Twitter talking shit about PHP, and it means that they actually ignore PHP when it's actually the number one thing they should learn to get a job. Right? Which is why, like, if someone has to say it's just a joke, motherfucker, you missed the point. It's not just a joke. You might think it's just a joke. The person that made it might think it's just a joke. The people reading it don't know that. So your mentality of it's just a joke is, it's just a prank, bro. Like, those are the same fucking mentality. And it's just a prank, bro, has pretty much never been okay. Those people have always fucking sucked. So if, as an influencer, your content equates to it's just a prank, bro, that's some shit fucking content. Like, really bad content, and it misleads people. Maybe Lightspeed, but yeah. You could make your own custom WordPress plugin to do all sorts of shit for various things, and you'd be fine, because the API is really well documented, and it has a very clear, like, scope and boundary. The problem with WordPress sites is the fact that the customer can install any WordPress they want. As a WordPress dev, you know you can lock that down, right? The only reason that's ever a problem is because WordPress devs don't know they can lock that down sometimes. You can absolutely lock down the UI to prevent any fucking plugin being installed. I've done it because I know better than my fucking client. So Mesmero, it's not clear though. Juniors don't have the knowledge to understand what is clear and what isn't clear. That's the problem, Mesmero, right? Some of these people that make meme videos joking about a thing assume that people have the context they have, and they don't, right? Juniors that see these videos take it verbatim. They take it as truth, rather than a joke. Could the person have a disclaimer saying, hey, this is just a joke? Sure, but they don't. They just don't. And that's a fucking problem. Yeah, 80% of the internet, not just web applications. Mighty Dev, you're missing that. 80% of the internet is PHP. 40% of the internet is WordPress. I'm not even talking about web applications. I'm talking about, like, websites. Like the top 1,000 Alexa ranking whatever shit, right? Holy shitballs, dude. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. By discarding 80% of the internet and 40% of the internet based on memes and trying to get a job in a thing that is not that heavy, like, dude. Streamers mislead junior developers all the fucking time because of memes, because of jokes. So I don't like jokes that throw any technology under the bus. It's just not okay. It's not worth it, because for every one person that gets it, 3 people didn't. And they actually treated it as truth. So yeah, meme content fucking sucks. I'm gonna say that right now. Meme content fucking sucks. And Ashelia, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I really appreciate you. I'd love to show your husband some of the Rust code. after, like, Clippy had its way at it and see how much he hates it after that. But thank you. I appreciate you. I want to say sorry for confusing you with someone else entirely, like a couple weeks ago. Because they said hi, and I was like, oh wait, that name looks familiar. But it wasn't you. So yeah, thank you for the bits. Really appreciate you. Thank you. So yeah, Captain Coder, 20 minutes ago. Right? Ashelia, just a minute ago. Like, thank you. If you do so, let me know. Technically, Sympathy. Do you know Sympathy? I think it's like Sympathy Dev, maybe just Sympathy. She's a game dev. She just moved up to the area with her husband. Ooh, WordCamp Atlanta. WordCamp's always like a good time. I've seen some really, really good talks at WordCamp before. Only, like, here in Seattle, not Atlanta. But yeah. Ooh, burnt toast. I agree 1000%, man. For sure. I agree 1000% burnt toast. Burnt toast sent like a mod only message, and I'm not necessarily wanting to make it too obvious. You know, I don't think it's a conversation we should have right now, because it does call out another streamer. But yeah, like, oh, burnt toast. I completely agree. When starting a new position at a company, communication is more important than being right. I think that's the biggest takeaway there, Sandlordian. I mean, going strong is a fuzzy statement. I'm about to call it anyway. Maybe not, but whatever. My alias for Fantasy League, Vaders, I played against you and you beat me by 1 point. Like, motherfucker, how dare you? How dare you? You beat me by 1 point because my defense gave me -1 point. All I needed was 1 point for my defense and they totally fucked it up, dude. Yeah, I am pure cheddar. The cheese, if you will. Yeah, Vaders, you beat me by basically 1.5 points because my defense gave me -1 point. I know, dude. I'm fucking pissed. Like, motherfucker. And I had Zay Flowers on my bench because obviously he's wide receiver 1 for Baltimore. That's so crazy to me. He's a fucking rookie. OBJ is competing with him for fucking looks. Yeah, so Vaders, you beat me. You beat me, and I don't like it. I'm kidding, by the way. No, like, you did good. Really well played. Yeah, great game. I needed 1 point from my defense, and they gave me -1 instead. Like, holy shit, dude. Ah, holy shit, dude. So I need any other defense besides the Giants defense because they fucking suck. Like, dude. Oh, they fucking suck. fucking giants, man. Oh, Hill was... Dude, yeah, Vader's. Yeah, whoever has Hill right now is killing it. Like, oh my god, dude. No, it's fine, Sandlordium. The fact that you care means you're gonna be totally successful. Like, dude, you actually care. That is so much better than so many fucking interns, man. You actually care. Like, that's legit, dude. Yeah, Sandlordium, you got this. Even seniors will get things wrong. Doesn't mean call them out in the moment, but think about it, test it, verify it, and then bring it up, and that's huge, man. Like, so good. I work with a junior that I think has massively leveled up, just simply due to, like, pairing up for problems, like, you know, for things they're dealing with, things I'm dealing with, by co-working together for like an hour a week. I think they have massively, like, changed the way they think about software, and that's awesome. Like, that's really cool. Like, really cool. But yeah, real quick, Zandrol Rimia? Zandrol? Is that the name? Thank you for the follow, Zandrol. Appreciate you. Welcome. How you doing? And Voorhees, Jason, Mr. Sir, you should probably pull that hockey mask off. I bet it's hard to breathe in. Why do you always use the same knife? That's boring. Only in Canada. Anyone who doesn't understand the joke, Jason from Friday the 13th was Jason Voorhees. Right? Like the Jason mask is the hockey mask, etc. Yeah, there you go. Now you get the joke, it's fine. It's an obscure joke that I've made pretty much every time Voorhees has chatted, so I bet they're super tired of it. I'm not, at least. So I think that's all that matters, right? I'm pretty sure that's the spelling of the name, though, right? Right? Even in the movie Friday the 13th, right? Oh, they spell it with 2 E's, not 1. All right, all right. So maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, and that's me fucking up. But yeah, that's the hockey mask right there. So yeah, Voorhees technically has 2 E's. Am I saying it right? Or is it actually Voris instead of Voorhees? And you just haven't had like the heart to tell me I'm wrong the entire time? If so, I get it. Thank you. Oh, damn. Prime's going, like, doing a late stream. Bun 1.0 test. Ooh, yeah, obviously. Performance. They use JavaScript core at Netflix, actually. They use JavaScript core at Netflix. So for Prime to adopt into Bun is actually, like, minimal. Like, oh my god, yeah, they use JavaScript core to run all of their JavaScript code at Netflix. So Bun is actually, like, right up Primogen's alley, which is awesome. So yeah, I'm actually curious about, like, Primogen's opinions on Bun. So, Masmiro, JSC, or JavaScript core, is directly equivalent, like, you know, if we consider JavaScript core versus, we're gonna see things like V8. So JSC versus V8. V8 is what's in Chrome. V8 is what's in Node.js. JavaScript core is what's in Safari and what's in other things. Right? So basically, at Netflix, they don't run Node.js, they run JavaScript core after compilation. Pre-compilation, they might be using Node, but at runtime, they're using JavaScript core. Yeah, so JavaScript core is basically like the Safari engine. V8 is basically the Chrome engine. And I know there's a couple others, like SpiderMonkey. That's the, you know, the Firefox engine, right? So here's actually a good post about it. This person mentions, like, hey man, like the title says, why is SpiderMonkey so much slower than V8 and JavaScript core? They go into some shit. This person's saying, like, well, yeah, it shouldn't be, like, file a bug, right? No one's submitting any issues for us to actually, like, optimize around. If no one submits, how do we know we gotta fix it? I get it. That makes sense to me. So yeah, here's a very good explanation about how there are 3 major things we need to consider for JS performance. So yeah, like, honestly, 2-step. Duh. Yeah, Prime is very concerned about JS performance because that's what he's employed for at Netflix in, like, a major fucking way. So he already looked at Bun, now he's just, like, milking the fucking keywords for it, but also probably evaluating it at the same time. He's probably making some content for it, obviously. And yeah, his editor will be able to, like, slice out a good video from it, sure. And maybe that's why he's doing the content right now, so that his editor can slice out a video for it. Whereas before, maybe he didn't, like, concentrate on having a video worth of content. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. But yeah, Prime's awesome. He's doing it how he needs to do it. It's fine. No big deal. Can I point out, I actually sent a job application to Bun at one point. This was very early though, and I was like, hey man, are y'all trying to build out, like, a dashboard for anything you're doing yet? I'd love to be in on the process and blah blah blah, I love what you're doing. And I said that, and Jared Sumner himself actually replied to my email saying, like, we're just not there yet. We'll keep you in mind later. I don't think he actually did, but that's fine. Like, again, not a big deal. But he actually said, like, we'll keep you in mind for later, but we're not trying to do that right now. Johnny Sumner? Johnny Hopkins? Yeah, I used to smoke weed with Johnny Hopkins behind the fucking playground back in the day. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Voorhees, for sure. Johnny Hopkins? Yeah, I used to smoke weed with Johnny Hopkins, right? It's a bad joke. It's from the movie Step Brothers. Right? Like, the mom is going out with a dude who graduated from Johns Hopkins, like, university or whatever. And then Will Ferrell chimes in like, I used to smoke weed with Johnny Hopkins. Come on. Shit. Him and Sloane Kettering. They were blazing that shit up tough. Ooh, so I don't know anything about Boa. What is Boa? Yeah, Shelia. I'm really looking for some info about that before I have to, like, Google it myself. What is Boa? Ooh, is it Koa running with Bun as the runtime? Oh, okay, totally different thing. Never mind. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. So yeah, basically a small embeddable JS runtime written in Rust. Ooh, okay. My guess is that Boa would have to, like, really prove itself to be a competitor to JSC or V8 or SpiderMonkey, right? Does Boa have full interoperability between those things? And my guess is no. Doesn't mean it's not viable, but yeah, I'm wondering if there's a thing that Boa is trying to solve as a subset of those problems that Bun had to solve because, like, they're going for the superset, right? But I'm wondering if Boa's, like, subset is relevant for anything too, and that's kind of interesting. So Ashelia, that's fucking weird to me because Starlight is actually a totally separate thing. Starlight is actually like an Astro, like a boilerplate for like a documentation site. So yeah, I don't even know what like Starlight you're talking about actually is. The only Starlight I know is the Astro thing. So Starlight JS. Okay, yeah, let me check it out. Shit. Two years ago. So yeah, it hasn't been touched in ages, so it only gets a 65 from Stethoscope. Obviously. Some fucking genius must have made Stethoscope because it's actually able to evaluate stuff in a way that I would totally forget about. Man, I owe a beverage to the creator of Stethoscope. I should probably pour a whiskey for the creator of Stethoscope. That dude fucking nailed it. What a genius. I wonder if he's single, right? I wonder if he's single, because I'd like to introduce him to my my cousin's nephew's like daughter. I'm kidding, by the way. I don't fucking know. I'm bullshitting. That actually sounds terrible. Cousin's nephew's daughter? She's got to be what, like 18? I can't relate to an 18-year-old. No. Right? Someone's cousin's sister-in-law. There we go. Nailed it. Absolutely nothing, Captain Coder, which is just what you'll be after we're done fighting. Oh, Mesmero, that shit would suck. Yeah, Captain Coder was absolutely quoting Spaceballs, right? Father's nephew's cousin's former roommate. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I know the quote, okay? I know the quote. Shit. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Raspberry? Only one man would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star. Yeah, no worries, Captain Coder. Like, I know the fucking quote, okay? I'm old enough to be your fucking father. Actually, probably not. Old enough to be your fucking brother-in-law. There we go. Nailed it. Comb the desert. Have y'all found anything? We ain't found shit. Oh, look at how even this fucking, like, lemonade pour is. Damn right. Damn right. Alright, hold up. It's like some fucking stoner over poured a beverage or something and needs to like sop up the mess he made. All right, anyway, I'm chatting in someone else's chat right now. Yeah, totally. Damn right. Anyway, back to what we're doing. I haven't done any code in ages. Let's look at the code that we need to make happen. All right, no copyright on the shit we're playing. Yeah, we're good. We're good. No big deal. All right, so yeah, group output. Not gonna lie, when I take a day off of streaming, the next day is typically less productive than normal. Man, we're at 7 p.m. already. Oh, shit. All right, so actually, here's what I'm thinking. So, Red so far, like, nothing wrong with it. If I'm being honest, though, I'm about to finish up for the day. I got games I could play tonight, like all sorts of games. I actually, like, you know, kind of want to, like, get into the games before too much, like, effort. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do in the meantime. So, bread so far. Technically, I have this bit where I need to fill in what I'm doing with the group's output and how I pass it to the transformers, etc. And really, like, this has been a day of me understanding, like, what the APIs are and how we need to make them happen. Yeah, like, the whole fill this in is needlessly, like, bullshitty. Yeah, I was gonna say, J-Huck, they didn't actually shout that out over in YouTube. So yeah, they didn't do that yet. Yeah, no worries, Bread, so far. I think we're at the point where, like, oh, dude. No. J-Huck, that doesn't exist, man. If you're thinking that's a thing, you should absolutely hang out with me over on Gaming Stream. Are you not aware? Are you not aware that we totally have Gaming Stream? J-Huck, I would absolutely welcome you to Gaming Stream. Yeah, Bread so far, Captain Coder, sure, that's the thing. I'm just saying, J-Huck, Mr. Sir. Yeah, that's where I'll be in the next, like, 10 to 20 minutes. We just saw that Justin B. Chow took a minute. We're seeing his cat. Is that a hairless? That's a hairless cat. He's got a pair of Crocs in his fucking, like, shoe garden. Wow, like, Justin B. Chow doesn't give a shit. Like, holy shit. He doesn't even care if people see his Crocs. Yeah, Bread so far seems like a fucking bot. Like, Bread so far, if you're not a bot, send us an unban request. How about that one? Yeah, I agree with Burnt Toast. Like, dude, every single statement you made seemed like a copy and paste and like some other bullshit. Could be a human impersonating a bot, like, tomato. Right? Tomato. So, over in my gaming stream, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna cook some chicken pot pies. It'll take like 45 minutes. We'll watch like, you know, a Red Dwarf episode or two. And, yeah, we're gonna hop into... depending on what people vote for, right? I could play some League of Legends. I could play some Starfield. I could play another game too, but it relies upon people saying what they want to see. And yeah, we're gonna go raid a stream. And you know what? We have not been able to raid Justin B. Chow in ages. Like, let's just go do that. Let's just go do that. Anyone who doesn't know, man, me and Justin and Trash Dev totally have a photo from the previous TwitchCon in which it's just us short kings. Yeah, us short motherfuckers. Right? I might have an overly red glow to me. Yeah, I'm the red individual in almost every photo because I drink the whiskey. Yeah, I turn red. Borderline Native American about it. Right? The whiskey, like, makes me flush. Especially when I'm, like, lacking on nutrients, etc. Yeah. I turn a shade of red that is not great. Okay? Not great. But yeah, let's go raid Justin B. Chow. He's awesome. The color of happiness. Yeah. I turn a shade of too much red in the face. I'm also a shade of pale. Yeah, no worries, Captain Coder. Like, thank you for chilling. My YouTube will be ended at the same time I end, like, this stream, too. Yeah. Appreciate y'all lurking. Appreciate y'all chilling, hanging out, etc. I'll be over on my gaming stream, right? If y'all don't know, I have a gaming stream in which I'll be playing some games, probably some Starfield? Yeah, probably Starfield. Unless people vote for League of Legends. Yeah, no worries, Captain Coder. Yeah. I have a separate stream in which I don't stream that to YouTube, and you won't see me there for the gaming. But yeah, J-Huck. Am I gonna see you there? We're gonna watch some random shit. I'm gonna play some video and, like, you know, it's a thing. Nah, gaming stream is actually not YouTube because they wouldn't let me register a new account for it. But yeah, anyway, I'll see you guys over on Justin B. Chow's stream. Awesome stream. See you guys soon. See you over on gaming. Later. Oh, hold on. I gotta stop stream.